hopefully you guys see this when you come on, but we are taking our verse quiz this morning over John 4, verse 13 and 14. I'm giving the students about 5 more minutes to review over that, and we will take that. And I'll give them maybe 5 to 10 minutes to finish, and then we'll finish the notes shortly after. Okay, so about the next 15 to 10 or 10 to 15 minutes, you can study and then take that verse quiz. You can send it to me so I can get those grades in, and then we'll be back to finish the notes at the end. Let me know if you guys have any questions. All right, welcome distant learners. I see a few more people have joined since the time. Okay, all we're doing right now is the students are in class are about to take that verse quiz on John 4, verse 13 and 14. So you may take that as well. I'll give you guys about 5 to 10 minutes to finish that. And then we're going to quickly finish our notes today for conclusion. So again, about 5-10 minutes, write those verses, send me a picture, or if you're turning all your stuff in on Friday, that works as well. If you have any questions, let me know. Again, we're doing those verses for about 5-10 minutes, and then we will be right back to finish up our notes for this week. can look at it after. Where is the HDMI cable? You can take it during our break. We got to finish the notes real quick. But yeah, you can study. All right, we're just going to conclude this lesson, so it shouldn't take too long. And then I want to try to review at least a little bit for the quiz. All right, just listeners, again, you can send me that verse quiz, or you can turn everything in on Friday. It is up to you. All right, this week we've been talking about, obviously, a few different things with the story of the woman at the well. Okay, we talked about the place, okay, the people of the story. Okay, we mentioned kind of what was going on with what Jesus showed us through what things? What did Jesus? He showed us humanity and deity. He also showed us his dedication and his concern. You'll definitely want to know that for the quiz, and we'll review here shortly. Okay, there's just a few things we need to go over in this conclusion. Okay, concluding this passage in the story, both salvation and evangelism are promised. Okay, it's based on this, like Esther said, it is telling someone else the gospel. Okay, telling someone else the good news of Jesus Christ. Okay, that is evangelism. Okay, so the things we learn from evangelism, that's what we're going to tackle down first. Lessons about evangelism. Okay, we learned some strategies for witnessing by observing how Christ related to this Samaritan woman. Okay, in the passage we read, what was going on between the woman and Jesus? Yeah, so like if you could say it in one word, what were they doing? Having a discussion or conversation. They were talking. All right, he was talking to a stranger. Okay, so first we see Christ aroused her curiosity. Okay, in verse 7 we read, and it told us how when we witnessed, okay, and when the woman came to her, or when the woman came to him, just like how we should do when we witness, we must draw. And he says, hey, draw me some water. Okay, even as ways quickly how we can be better evangelists or people to tell others about the gospel. Okay, so we see when we witness, we must draw people's attention towards who? God or Jesus, the good news. Okay, Christ had an unusual request. Hey, draw me some water. Okay, the Jews were not even to speak to the Samaritan. Come on. Okay, they were considered dirt. Okay, they were disgusted, defiled. Okay, they weren't clean to the Jews. Okay, so through this, the Jews were not even to speak. Christ not only spoke to her, okay, civilly of her, therefore further humbling himself, saying, hey, I'm a Jew, okay, but we're equal. You and me, we're equal. Okay, this act of humility totally befuddled or confused the woman. It was so unusual that it got her attention and made her interested in what he was about to say. Okay, we also need to see and note that also his unusual claim in verse 10. Okay, that's where Jesus offered to give her what? Jesus said, hey, I can give you what? Okay, what kind of water? Okay, close, everlasting water where you don't thirst again. But you guys are all right. Okay, he said, I can give you living water. Okay, and we talked about how that might have confused her, right? She'd been like, living water, never thirst again. What, do I just like drink a glass and then I'll never be parched again? Okay, she might have been a little confused. So we see this question, this unusual claim. He offered her this living water, but he had no rope or bucket. So she's thinking, okay, I'm the one that he just asked to draw him him some water. I have the bucket, I have the rope, he has nothing, so how is he going to give me water, or this living water, if anything? Okay, but by now, she was all ears and ready to listen. She's dialed into this conversation with Jesus. Okay, we must learn to use every encounter to arouse the sinners or co-workers or anyone else we're trying to witness to's attention. Okay, one of the most obvious and easiest ways is to live a life that adorns and makes attractive, that the gospel, and that we are able to share it. Okay, we live, the term is a testimony. We keep a good testimony. So when people, a coworker, a friend, or someone you work out with, or play video games with, or whatever, okay, someone you come in encounter with, if we always keep a good testimony every day, okay, we've already taken that first step. Because if the opposite, if we have a bad testimony and they're like, man, that person's bad, they have a bad attitude, they're complaining all the time, maybe they're swearing all the time, you think as an individual, if you're going to then go and say, hey, man, God is good, God loves you, do you think he's really going to be listening? No, he's going to say, this dude is full of baloney. Okay, he's fake. And he's not going to want to listen to this good news. You tainted the good news in his perspective. Okay, so that's our first step. Okay, that's an obvious way. Make yourself attractive in that way so the gospel may be attractive also. Unbelievers should be able to see that our lives are different, spiritually attractive, and therefore be willing to listen when we give a reason of the hope that is in you, in meekness and fear. That's quoted from 1 Peter 3:15. Okay, so first we see Christ aroused her curiosity. Second, Christ made her face her need. Okay, we saw that in verse 13 and 15. Christ offered the woman something she did not have. We already said it. You guys had it in your verse. Offered her what? Living water. Okay, everlasting life. She did not understand what he was talking about, but she knew that she needed something. Okay, again, maybe she felt an emptiness. She was missing something. Hey, man, maybe he's onto something. Okay, our life and our testimony must declare to sinners. Again, the way we walk every day and act and talk to people, okay, that's our testimony to others. Whether it's true or not, okay, maybe I'm not an angry person, but if I'm acting angry, and maybe someone sees that, I've already impacted them. Maybe I'll knock on their door, I'll see them out somewhere, some other time, I try to give them a tract, try to tell them about Jesus, they're going to be like, dude, I just saw you cussing out a manager at the store the other day. There's no way I'm listening to you. Okay, so again, we have to be cautious with how we act all the time. Okay, the Bible says, I have something you need. Jesus said that, I have something you need, telling the woman. And we have something that the world, those who don't know the truth, that they need. People today see themselves as being without need, or at least without need of anything that they cannot supply themselves. Right? I think that's true. Right? A lot of people, what are things that we try or we think we need all the time? Money. That was the first one I was going to say. Money or things. Okay? Nice house, a nice car, nice clothes. Okay? Food. Food's on top of my list. Okay, those are things we think we need, right? Okay, but to be honest with you, the thing we need way more than all these physical things, okay, is a spiritual thing. Okay, and although, again, those physical things, those are the things they can see. So those are the things they're thinking, oh, that's all I need. If I have that, I'm good. If I have a lot of money, I'm good. I don't need anything else in life. Money buys things, I'm golden. My life is going to be great. But the thing is, and we see that, you can see it through celebrities, through sports stars. So a lot of times they get to a moment in your life, in their lives, and we see so many sad stories where they commit suicide or they fall down this wrong road because they're still missing something. They're missing that true joy. Okay, things here on earth are all temporary. Okay, the word used in the Bible a lot are vain. They're all just vain. Are they fun? For sure. They're great. Who's here been to like Sky Zone or like trampoline place where you can jump? Has anyone been to somewhere like that? Do you know what it is though? You guys seen that? All right, it's fun. I used to like going as a kid. There's dodgeball. Man, I'd be jumping like Tarzan and throwing dodgeballs at kids. Even if they were younger, I didn't care. Okay, I was playing dodgeball. I love dodgeball. All right, but that's just maybe for an hour, for a moment. You guys love, what's the game called you're playing? Genshin? Genshin? You guys love Genshin. Okay, it's fun, it's competitive, you're playing against each other. Here's the thing, it's temporary. Is there really, and I know you guys know, is there any real meaning to it though? As much as you love it? No. The story, it might be fun, but it's temporary. It only brings temporary pleasure. It's not everlasting. See, that's the thing we have to make others realize, and we have to realize ourselves. It's easy for me, and I'm sure you guys, it's probably easy for you as well, to just get sucked up into this life, and I'm thinking about, oh, the bills, I need to be making money, going to green every month. Okay, I need to take care of my car. Okay, I need new shoes. I don't need new shoes, and I have plenty of shoes. Okay, but that's what we're thinking about. Hey, I want this. Hey, I want this. Ooh, this would make me happy. Oh, this would be fun, right? But we forget about, man, certainly during this crazy time, people have been sick. Okay, families have died. Through this time, hey, there's a bigger need than just money, than just Genshin, okay, than just steak. I love steak. I've said that multiple times as well. Just bands. Sorry, Ian. Bands aren't the most important thing, although they're cool. All right, but there's a spiritual need that we have to show others, that we have to know ourselves. We have to understand it. Okay, they are bored. Okay, we see the people, they are bored and lonely. That's why they turn to drugs, alcohol, illicit relationships, entertainment, and pleasures, things that are temporary, right? When they don't have something to fill that hole in their life, they're trying to go to everything that will try to fill it. Okay, maybe I'll try a sport. All right, that'll fill it. Oh, it's not filling it anymore. All right, I'll try music. I'll go to music. Oh, this is fun. It fills it temporarily. I'll try Genshin. Oh, man, this is fun. This is cool. All right, I'm 24 now. This is no longer cool or fun. I need something else. I need something else. All right, obviously that's just a funny example, but it's true. To fill that hole in their heart, to give them joy. And sadly, it takes a lot of people in our lives. Living in California, I'm sure you know, there's a lot of homeless people. Okay, those people did not, and I tell you, we're not born homeless. Okay, there was a moment in their life where they were trying to fill the joy in that spot in their heart. And they got lost and deceived into something that didn't give them joy but consumed their life. See, we have to be careful, us in this room, personally, but we have to be thinking consciously about others, saying, hey, we want to give them the truth. So no matter what happens in their life, whether they go through a hard trial, have the ultimate joy in their life, which is Jesus. Okay, so we see Christ made her face her need, saying, hey, lady, this water you're getting, it's important. You need water to live. Okay, that's a proven fact. You need water, liquids, hydration. Okay, but he was telling her, hey, there's this living water, everlasting life, which is much more important than this water you're getting right now. Okay, so the third thing we see, Christ made her see her sin. Okay, anyone raise your hand or just say it out loud. What did we talk about? He said, hey, lady, this is your sin. After they talked through this time. Say it briefly. You guys remember in the story? Hey, remember he asked, he's like, where's your husband? Or she's like, I don't have a husband. He's like, you're right, you don't have a husband. You've had 5 husbands. And the one you live with right now isn't even your husband. Okay, he tells her that Christ did not evade the issue. This is something I'm accused for, or something I've done as well. Maybe you guys. Sometimes we know maybe a family member, a friend, right? People that are close to us, we love them. Maybe they're doing something wrong. Okay, maybe they don't have or know the gospel or Jesus, but we love them. We don't want to make confrontation. We don't want them to say, well, why are you telling me about Jesus? I don't want to know, and they get mad at us, right? I've been there. I'm still there sometimes. Sometimes I don't want to reach out to those who really need it because I don't be scared. Say, oh, she might run away or hate me forever. No, he said, hey, you have this problem. He was not afraid of embarrassing the woman or making her angry. He knew that if she was to be saved, she must see her sin and admit it or confess it to God. Okay, that truth stands in the Bible, and that truth stands today. Afraid of saying something just because maybe someone will get mad at us. A loved one might get mad at us, or be embarrassed or something. Someone, "Hey, I know your sin. Hey, I know your sin." That's not what it's saying. It's saying, hey, Ian. Okay, I'm not saying anything, but hey, Ian, one-on-one, you got this problem, man. I've seen it. I want to help you. I want to help you fill that void. All right, that's just an example. Obviously, I chose Ian, keeping him awake. You know what I'm saying? All right, but that's so true in our lives. Again, back to maybe a coworker that we like, a family member, a friend. Okay, maybe that we know that doesn't know the gospel, or maybe we think he doesn't know. All right, don't be scared. If you need help, find someone to help you with it. Okay, but go. Do not evade the problem just because that's the easy way out. It's the easy way out. And again, I'm wrong for this too. I've done it too. Sometimes like I don't want to talk about it. They love me. I love them. They're my family. I don't want to bring it up. All right, but it needs to be done and talked about. So we see these three things, the lessons about evangelism. Okay, but we also see a few lessons, and these won't take as long, about salvation. And it is over the verse you guys wrote, or hopefully wrote today. Okay, lessons about salvation. Question, what do we learn about salvation from this passage? Okay, the passage you guys wrote, what did you learn about salvation? It is everlasting. Someone else than Esther, maybe a few more things. Salvation is everlasting. What else? I mean, yes. Okay, it says it's a well that is springing up. Okay, back to that water illustration saying, hey, after you have this, you're never going to be thirsty again. Okay, and it references to joy, to fulfillment. You're never going to have a lack of joy or fulfillment ever again because this truth in your life is filled. Okay, but we see these things. Okay, first we see that salvation is a gift. The Bible tells us, okay, it is a gift from God. Okay, for all the wages of sin is death. I'm sure you've heard the verse before, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. A wage being a payment. Okay, just like those who have jobs in here, you know your wages. You like your wages. When that check comes in, you're like, yes. Even though it's small, yes. I have that as well every week. I'm like, yes. My check is here. Actually, this goes right to my bank account. I'm like, yes. All right, a little bit more money in the account. All right, we have those wages. We like those wages, but the truth is our wage for being born a sinner, which the Bible tells us all men are born sinners with a sin nature. Okay, because we're sinners, that wage, our payment for being a sinner, just like when we get payments for being workers, is death or eternity in hell. Okay, but there's a good truth. It says, but the gift. Okay, and I've mentioned this before, and I'll say it again. What is a gift? Do I have to pay for it? No. If I'm paying for it, it is not a gift. That is a lie. Okay, you tell someone if they ever make you pay for a gift, that is not a gift. I don't want it. Unless it's really nice, I guess, then you can pay for it. Okay, but then it's not a gift. It's just something you're buying. Okay, but the Bible tells us, but the gift, something given from someone to someone else. The gift of God is eternal life. Through who? Through Jesus Christ our Lord. So we see salvation as a gift. Salvation brings everlasting life. In this verse, you guys quoted and wrote today, like Esther said, it is, and says, we shall never thirst again. That void, again, that I've been talking about, it will always be full. It will always be filled. Again, to the illustration of water, we shall never thirst again. We see salvation is also for whoever will believe. Okay, Romans 10:13 says, for whosoever calleth upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. This is not restricted to anyone. Jesus is showing us through the story, through this time of history. Remember, the Jews didn't like the Samaritans. He's telling his disciples and showing them, hey, our gospel that I've been spreading and telling other people about myself, all right, this is not just for the Jews. And we're going to see how God shows Peter that specifically through the Apostle Paul. Okay, the gospel is not just for one group of people. It's not just for the people we like. It's for the people we don't like. It's for the people that need it, which is everyone. Okay, so we see that salvation is for whoever will believe. And lastly, salvation is not related to race, wealth, or intellect. Again, it's for everyone. Okay, kind of the same thing. It is for everyone. The Bible tells us that. Finally, okay, just compare Nicodemus, a woman, Samaria. Okay, what's the difference or what are some similarities between Nicodemus, I know it's a while ago that we talked about it, but Nicodemus and the woman of Samaria? Okay, yes. I would say this in short. Anyone else want to say something before I say it? Yes. Okay, there's some differences. Okay, the woman after she saved went and told everyone else. Nicodemus went and told people, but he was in secret. Okay, because he didn't want to be found out right away. Okay, what else? Anyone else? All right, some main things that are similar. Jesus had a what with them? Just a conversation. Can you guys have conversations with people? Don't shake your head no, because that's a lie. Because you have conversations every single day in this classroom, during class, after class. All right? Yes, you can. Jesus had a conversation, something anyone could do. Okay, this discussion between us, okay, we see there's similar difference in questions, right? Nicodemus had different questions than the woman, but there's some similar truth to the questions. Okay, remember, what was the illustration Christ used with Nicodemus? Okay, being born again. Okay, Nicodemus is like, how can you be born again? Are you going to go into the womb a second time? With the woman, he used the illustration of water in a well. Okay, we see different backgrounds. Like Michelle said, Nicodemus went in secret. The woman was just here, right out in the open, going to the well. Okay, we also see the response to Christ. Okay, they both accepted Christ as their Savior. Okay, note that Christ loved both of these individuals and that both of them were born again as a result of believing Christ's words. All right, these are things we can apply to our lives. Okay, I hope you guys don't just go through these Bible lessons not thinking about, but try to find a truth that you can apply to your life. Anytime the Word of God is open, that is our job, to try to find something that I can apply to my life. All right, that is the end of the lesson. Okay, we only have a few minutes, so we're going to quickly go through our quiz. I'm going to give you guys kind of what's on it so you can know, and then we will be done. There's no other homework other than that. All right, there's true and false on it. You're not going to be able to write down every question, but you may listen. All right, some true and false are like this. The Jews and the Samaritans were close allies in political and religious matters. True or false? Pretty easy, false. All right, the other ones are pretty easy already, true and false. Let's see, some harder questions. Okay, in which city did Christ confront the Samaritan woman? Sychar. Okay, if you don't spell it perfectly, it's okay, but it is in your book. It is also in the Bible. How do you spell it? It is S-Y-C-H-R. Sychar. Okay, what two facts in the story show Jesus' humanity? Okay, not quite, kind of though. Why did he ask? Because he was the term we use. He was thirsty, but what do you say? I would take tired but weary. Okay, remember he traveled a 4-hour journey on foot. Okay, the word we learn, and then the Bible says weary, but I would take tired if you put tired on the quiz. All right, he was weary. He traveled a long time. It's probably hot. He was thirsty. He was weary. Okay, that showed his humanity. He needed water. We also see that he looked like any other Jew. He looked like a normal man. Okay, those were the two things we learned about his humanity. Let's see. Okay, know what are the two facts in the story that show Jesus' deity. I'm not going to go over them. You look back in the notes. We did talk about them. Okay, this part was in your reading. Okay, so again, I'm not going to answer it for you, but it was in your reading, so make sure you go over it. Who ministered in Samaria before Christ, thus preparing the way for him there? I'm not saying the answer. Okay. Yes. Who ministered in Samaria before Christ, thus preparing the way for him there? Okay, it's not a hard question. It's kind of common sense. All right, and then there's another question that's in the reading. It says, who ministered effectively in Samaria after Christ? Okay, so who ministered before? Who ministered after? All right, there are three multiple choice. Okay, this is multiple choice. It's over these three things. All right, I'm not giving you answers for these ones. Okay, you do have to do some studying on your own. But Jesus did three things to evangelize the Samaritan woman. Okay, with each one, you're going to be choosing the best answer to complete the following statement or question. Okay, so I'm going to give you one, but all three of them are like this. So you have, he aroused her. Okay, how is that? Jesus did three things to evangelize the Samaritan woman. Okay, finish the sentence. He aroused her what? Curiosity. Okay, we just learned that today. Okay, that's how it is. There's two more that says the first part, you have to finish it with multiple choice. There's four options. All right, those are right in the conclusions. So just study those three things. Okay, and lastly, there is an essay. Okay, it's pretty easy though. We talked about compare and contrast Nicodemus and the Samaritan woman, providing 4 points of similarity or difference. Just 4 points. That's all you need. Okay, so you can do, it's like 4 points each, so they like tie together. Does that make sense? So you don't just state things about Nicodemus or the Samaritan woman, it's kind of them tying together. Okay, that's just worth 2 questions, about 16 points. That is it. That is the whole quiz. Any questions? Any questions? The true and false question. The Jews and Samaritans were close allies in political and religious matters. True or false? I said all true and false are really easy like that. Okay, distant learners, let me know if you guys have any questions. Again, turn in that verse quiz. You can send it to me or just turn in everything on Friday. Either way works. We will have that quiz also. I'll probably send that to you tomorrow morning. So be ready for that quiz. There is no additional homework other than study. Hopefully you guys are doing well. We'll see you next hour in about 10 minutes. We don't really have a ton left for government. I think we only have one more chapter after this. Okay, this is a little bit longer chapter, so just be prepared for that. After we do chapter 12, we will have kind of that final still, because the grading period, Mr. S just told us yesterday, I think it's ending like January 29th. I guess he said usually it ends like January 12th or something like that, but this year it ends January 29th. Okay, he told us that yesterday. So just know that, oh, man, just choked on my coffee. Just know that, be ready for it, we'll review for it. I try to help you guys out as much as I can. But yeah, let's do a few notes, and then we'll be done. Review, little homework, bada bing, bada boom. All right, again, we are going to be talking about, like we did last chapter, remember, is about what term did we learn last chapter? Federalism. Okay, it's kind of like we saw that battle and push and pull between what two things? Kind of like state government and federal government. Okay, this chapter we're going to be learning about the state and local government. Okay, first note we have is the Constitution. Okay, we all know what the Constitution is, at least we should a little bit. Okay, we'll probably have a quiz on writing some of it. Okay, but a Constitution, which is a written plan which sets up a form of government and establishes its basic governing principles, just like our Constitution. Okay, the American form of government is identified, okay, in the United States Constitution. Okay, in Article 4, the Constitution guarantees a republican form of government to every state in the Union. The two major features of republican government are rule by law and rule by representation. Okay, we see those things. Okay, but there's some similar principles, but we need to see how state constitutions differ with the U.S. Constitution. Okay, although we have a U.S. Constitution, each state is a little bit different. Okay, there's a few different in-state laws and rules in their state constitutions. Okay, so here's some differences. Okay, again, although similar in principle. By the way, distant learners, make sure you throw your name back in the chat so I know you're here. And I did email all of you the notes for this chapter, so let me know if you didn't get those, but I did send those to you. Okay, but here's some differences. We have the U.S. Constitution is short, but state constitutions are usually pretty lengthy. I mean, that's pretty common sense if you think about it. Okay, the U.S. Constitution is for who? The whole United States. Okay, where state constitutions are specifically for of each state. Okay, they're more tic-tac, or not saying they're lesser in value, okay, but they're more specific about the specific things in that state, where the U.S. Constitution, okay, is the broad tense, giving us the broad things. Okay, also we have the U.S. Constitution is rarely amended, but state constitutions are often amended. And lastly, the U.S. Constitution is, like I already said, is general in scope, but the state constitution are specific in scope, pertaining to each individual states. Give you guys time to finish those. Thank you, Ellie and Jake, for throwing your name in there. Make sure if you're on the stream, you're throwing your name in there so I know you're at least still there, not sleeping again or not paying attention. And we're good on this one? Good? All right. A state constitution serves as the state's fundamental law. Okay, that's why it's more specific. Okay, it can't just be a broad sense because it's dealing with that state's laws. Okay, imagine if all of our state constitutions were like the U.S. Constitution, just broad. Okay, didn't really give specifics. Okay, it'd be a little chaotic, certainly in certain specific states. Okay, maybe states like North Dakota or Montana wouldn't really affect quite as much. Okay, not as many people, but a state like here, California, okay, you need those state laws. Okay, whether you like them or not. Okay, they do bring a little order. supreme law of the state, it takes precedence over any state or local law. At the same time, it must not conflict with the U.S. Constitution or federal law. Okay, these state constitutions and state laws, okay, do have to correlate or agree with the Constitution, which is pretty common sense. Okay, each state isn't their own thing, although they would like to be, I'm sure, sometimes. Okay, the oldest written constitution that we have, okay, was written in 1780. Everyone good on this note? Okay, it is the Massachusetts Constitution. Okay, it is the oldest written constitution now in force anywhere in the world. Okay, obviously other places might have had older constitutions, okay, but those are no longer in force there. Okay, but we have the Massachusetts Constitution. Okay, in most of the original states, the people were given no direct voice, okay, in the adoption of the Constitution. Instead, the constitutions were ratified in the legislature or by state convention. In 1780, Massachusetts set the precedent for popular participation by holding a special convention, which we talked about. Okay, where elected representatives of the people drew up a proposed constitution and presented it to the voters for ratification. Okay, just a few more notes and then we are done. Again, I'm just giving you guys the beginning of the state and local government for this chapter. Okay, about half of the state constitutions are over 100 years old, and they have been changed numerous times. Okay, a lot of them, again, were written when they became an official state. Okay, but obviously, as our country has changed, people change, it grew. Okay, you have to add more order. Okay, just like, okay, let's say a school, not our school, but say any school, say it started out with 20 kids. Okay, maybe the rules, boom, boom, boom. Okay, maybe it's a little more lenient. Okay, but as a place or a business or a school grows, okay, you have to make a lot more specific laws or rules. Okay, because, or like a college, because when there's more people, okay, it is a little harder to govern, so you have to make it a little stricter. Okay, just like a business or a company, you would rather rules be higher on the higher end than very loose and things not getting done or things going poorly. Okay, so we see a lot of our state constitutions are or were written over 100 years old or 100 years ago, but they have been changed throughout that time. Okay, most state constitutions can be divided into the following basic sections. Okay, this is the last note we're going to do for today, and we're going to talk about these specific sections tomorrow, maybe a little bit after our quiz. We'll see. Maybe I'll be kind and just do the quiz and not do any notes. We'll see. Okay, but these are the things we're going to be talking about either tomorrow or Monday. Okay, we have the preamble, the Bill of Rights, the description of state government, the description of local government, general provisions, and the provisions for change. Okay, obviously we should know or be familiar with the preamble and Bill of Rights. Okay, but these are going to be some of these constitutions that we're going to talk about again tomorrow or Monday. All right, I'm going to give you guys your homework first. It's not a lot, so don't worry. Okay, our homework, other than studying for our quiz, and we're going to review for that shortly, is page 194, section 1 review. Okay, you're only doing questions 1 through 4. Questions 1 through 4. That's all you're doing for tonight. Questions 1 through 4. We basically already answered the first 3, I believe. Actually, no, I think we've answered all of them in our notes. Okay, so it should be really easy grade for you guys, but it does allow us to have consistent grades going in. That helps you guys out, because if you have only a few grades, that means things are weighted a lot more. Okay, if you have a lot of homeworks that are easy hundreds for you guys, that helps your grade. All right, again, page 194, section 1 review, questions 1 through 4. Okay, we are going to have a quiz as well, so if you'd like to pull out a sheet of paper or something to write down. Okay, this quiz is going to be over chapter 10. Okay, specifically pages 176 to 185. I don't know if you guys use the book at all, but it is specifically over page 176 to 185. I'm pretty sure that's the whole chapter anyways. It was a short chapter. All right, we have short answer and matching. Some of the short answer, again, I'm not going to give you all the questions. You do have to study on your own a little bit. Okay, but I'll try to give you maybe the harder ones. 10 questions. Yep. Quizzes are usually always 10 questions. If not 10, more than 10. All right. Okay, one like this. What term refers to the monies the national government gives to state or local governments for some designated purpose? Federal grants. Yep, I'll say it again. What term refers to the monies the national government gives to state or local governments for some designated purpose? Okay, that one's straight from the notes. Federal grants. It was in the book. Bold. It's in the notes. That one had that picture of like the Blue Cross thing. First responders. Okay, another question. Specifically, which amendment provided for the federal government to tax personal incomes? 16. Good. Okay, there are a few more in there. I'll ask you one more, but I think the other two I'm not asking are really easy. They're straight from the notes. One of them is one of the powers through that. Okay, but we have what term refers to the surrendering of an accused or convicted felon to the state from which he fled? Close, not quite. There it is. Extradition. Okay, again, that one, most of these are straight from the notes. Okay, extradition. That is the term that refers to the surrendering of an accused or convicted felon to the state which he fled. So say he gets arrested in California, but he had some kind of felon in the state of Wyoming. Okay, California giving them back to Wyoming. Okay, that would be extradition. Okay, there are two other questions on there, straight from the notes. Those ones are pretty easy, so I'm not even going to ask them. Again, you do have to study your own a little bit. I can't give you everything. All right, the second section is matching. So all your options will be there. Okay, here's the terms you need to study. I'm going to tell you specifically, and you're just matching them with their description. All right, you need to know what a Confederate system is. You need to know what a federal system is. Okay, both of those are on there. I'll tell you that. Okay, so know the difference between a Confederate system and federal system. Okay, remember we talked about those specific cases. Okay, you need to know the Gibbons versus Ogden. Gibbons, Gibbons, versus Ogden, Ogden. You also need to know McCulloch versus Maryland. Yes, M lowercase c, capital C, ULLOCH versus Maryland. Okay, and then the last two terms you'll need to study for that. You have the Morrill Land Grant Act. Remember we talked about that. The Morrill, MORRILL, Land Grant Act. And you need to know the unitary system. The unitary system. Okay, that is everything on the quiz. Okay, so you're going to have to do a little studying yourself. You have those 4 questions, but those are basically, you can look at your notes and answer the 4 homework questions. Again, I'm giving those to you, easy 100. You just have to do it. Okay, shouldn't take you more than 5 minutes. Okay, that is it. Okay, we don't have anything else for this class. You have about 13 minutes left. Okay, you can finish that homework. You can study. Okay, you can work on something. Don't play on your phone. Okay, finish the homework first at least. Any questions? Distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. That is all we're doing for today. Again, that quiz tomorrow, the section review, first 4 questions. Okay, that's all we have. Again, I sent those notes to you to your emails. Check it out. If you still need them or they didn't come through, let me know. I'll send them again. Okay, hope you guys have a great day. We will see you tomorrow.
All right. Oh, good. The mic still works. All right. Welcome to chemistry. We are in chapter 6. You know what would have been a great idea is to get out my textbook. We are on 6.3, correct? Sound familiar? Vaguely? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. All right. Distance learners, apparently I'll be right back. All right, let's try this again. We're on 6.3. Let's get out our stuff. All right, heat and changes of state is what we're dealing with right now. Let's get everything going here. Oh, so help me. All right, we left off yesterday with example 6.5. Now we need to get into heat and changes of state. When things change state, if you look at the graph there on the top of page 86, you'll notice, actually I might have it on my slides, but you'll notice that the temperature, there we go. The temperature doesn't change for a period of time. And basically what's happening here is you get these plateaus where the temperature is not changing. If you measure the temperature of boiling water up here, you will always get 100 degrees Celsius unless you're at like high altitude or something like that, and then it'll be a little less. But it'll stay constant because it depends on pressure, gas laws. Okay, anyway. But it'll stay that steady temperature even though you're adding heat and adding heat and adding heat and adding heat. You're still adding flame to the pot of water, right? it's still boiling. It's still actively doing what it's doing, but it caps out at 100 degrees because until it's steam, it can't get any hotter. This is the concept behind pressure cookers. The idea is you can then keep adding heat to the steam, which will then be hotter, which will cook food faster. The only reason why a deep fryer cooks a lot faster than, say, an oven or something like that is because we can heat the oil to 350 degrees and it doesn't even boil yet, okay? Because oil has such a high boiling point, okay? When you see boiling in a fryer, that's the water boiling, the water in the food. So when you put like a bag of French fries in the basket and then drop the basket in, that boiling is instant water vaporization, basically is what's happening there. And so what you're doing there is the water is instantly going to steam, which is then heated up more by the oil because the oil is at 350 degrees. And so it gets trapped until finally it escapes the surface tension. And so that's what's happening. So while something's boiling, it's at a constant temperature. While something is transitioning between ice and water or vice versa, or it's solid and liquid state, whatever substance we're talking about, it'll plateau during the transition, okay? If you put an ice cube in a pan and we're able to measure its temperature, it's 0 degrees Celsius. And then as you heat that pan, until it's completely melted, you might find pockets that are more. But until the whole thing's completely melted, it's at 0 degrees Celsius. Okay? Until water is melted, it cannot rise in temperature in its liquid state. And so what we have is these periods of times where the temperature can rise corresponding to the heat input, and times where the temperature does nothing in corresponding to the heat input. And so what happens is we end up with different situations, and this is why someone asked the question earlier of why ice had a different specific heat than water. Okay, this is why. Ice behaves differently than liquid water. Okay, and so that's really what's coming down to it. So all three phases of water have different specific heats because they're in different segments of what's happening. Okay, does that make sense? So that's what's happening. So we're still adding heat even though the temperature is not increasing. And this is why it's incorrect to say that heat is temperature, or temperature is measuring heat. Temperature is only measuring kinetic energy. And it's only a partial measuring. Okay, there can be kinetic energy that we can't measure. So the first thing we use is called the heat of fusion. The heat of fusion, also known as delta H sub fuse, is the heat per unit mass to melt a substance at its melting point. In other words, how much heat would I need to apply to this ice cube to get it to melt completely into water and nothing else? Okay, and it's at 0 degrees Celsius still. Because we have to count for the heat. It goes somewhere. It's just not measurable as temperature. Okay, in addition then we have the heat. Okay. In addition then we have the heat of vaporization. It's very dry every winter. I shock everything and like screens will flip out. It's all kinds of fun. Anyway, so heat of vaporization, the heat per unit mass to vaporize the surface at its boiling point. So as you go from liquid to gas, okay, so that's vaporization. We call it vaporization even if we're doing condensation, it's just negative. We call it the heat of fusion even if it's solidifying. Again, it's just negative, okay? So that's how we handle this here. And so what happens then is we use these two formulas. The only difference is whether we're saying vaporization or fusion. That's it. The amount of heat needed is equal to the mass times that substance's heat of fusion or heat of vaporization. Okay? And fortunately, those are listed for us in table 6.3 on page 87. It's almost like a lot of this chapter is looking stuff up. Okay? Because that's really what happens. We can tell exactly how much heat it's going to take because people have figured it out through experimentation. Okay, that's the idea here. Page 87 of your text is where that table is. And so what ends up happening is what we're going to see here in example 6.6, which you'll notice I have my ever so helpful note to self do the work on the board. Okay, so distance learners, sorry, I'm going to hope you can make out the whiteboard. I'm going to switch to a full camera, but this one I actually legitimately have to do on the board because it's that long. So let me move this. Oh, yeah, let me just take out the streaming system while I'm at it. Okay, do this, move up the camera. Okay, sorry if that caused anyone to have no motion sickness, it's fine. It's fine, just close your eyes for a second. Okay, anyway, that's done all right. Okay, all right, if you're on this side of the room, hopefully you can see. I have no choice but to do this way. All right, because even on board, or even on screen, it gets too crowded. You know what? Nope. Forget it. I'm grabbing a new one. I don't care. All right, because this is one of those assignments. All right, first of all, do you all still need this?
No.
Cool. I'll just go ahead and make...
Just keep it in math. Yeah, math was up there. Okay. Oh, thank you. Your handwriting is much better. Yeah. I can actually read it.
All right, where's the eraser cloth? There it is. What else am I going to call it?
A cloth.
Okay. Y'all's point. All right, anyway, let's get started here. Because here's what ends up happening. When we talk about how much heat is necessary to go from a temperature at ice to a temperature at steam, we have to go through both phase changes and consider all the temperature changes in between. Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. We're going to split this up. You'll notice there's a lot of space on your supplement. How often do I give you half a page for an example? Okay, I want you to think about that for a second. All right, so, all right, write small, write neat. Here we go. Stage one. Stage one, and specifically, this is to get us from negative 15 degrees Celsius to 0 degrees Celsius. Okay, that's the point of stage one. And we're going to have several stages as we go throughout this. Okay. Goodness, I'm so sorry, distance learners. All right, so we're going to have several stages throughout this because simply of the fact that I have to get to freezing, we have to get up to the freezing point. Then we have to melt it. Then we have to get it up to steam, the boiling point. There we go, there's English. All right, then we have to evaporate it all. Then we have to get up to the temp. All right, we're assuming we're in a closed container that can handle a lot of pressure. Okay, so first things first, this one's fairly easy. Would be helpful if I had the math in front of me, but unfortunately when I do that on the slide, that also does it in the supplement. So let me get out my notes. Okay. So we also know, just in general, we have 25 grams of ice. That's going to be constant throughout. We're not going to gain or lose water in this process. We're in a completely sealed container. All right. So for the heat needed for ice, okay, we're going to have MC, nope, C is not a subscript, MC delta T, okay? It's that same old formula we've been using, no big deal. All right, we can figure this out. There's a temperature change. And so we get the mass, which is 25 grams, times the specific heat of ice, which is 2.06 joules per gram degree Celsius, times the change in temperature, where my final is 0 degrees Celsius and my initial is negative 15 degrees Celsius. There's no difference between a minus and negative. I only do the different levels to avoid having to do double or another set of parentheses. Okay, that's the only reason for 2 levels, so it's clear it's 2. All right, then, as we look at this, or as we put all this in the calculator, by the way, notice this becomes a positive 15 degree delta. Okay, we went up 15 degrees, it makes sense. Okay, we throw this in the calculator, and our heat of ice is equal to 773 joules. Okay, that's stage one. Then we have to calculate stage two, where there's no temperature delta, but we're going from ice to water. Okay, we have to melt it. All right, does that make sense? Okay, you guys kind of see where we're going with this? We have to treat it one piece at a time. So with ice to water, well, then we can't do MC delta T because there's no delta T. All right, you guys see why we need a separate formula? If there's no change in temperature, we can't equate it to heat. So instead, we have to use the heat of fusion. Okay, and I am aware that this is really the heat of melting instead of fusion, like becoming a solid, but it's the same term. So the heat of fusion is equal to the mass times the heat of fusion of water. Okay, so I know my mass, which is 25.0 grams, and the heat of fusion of water is given to us in table 87, or in the table on page 87, and the heat of fusion is 334 joules per gram. And by the way, I'm sorry, I didn't show it up here. Grams canceled, degrees Celsius cancel. Grams cancels here, leaving us with just joules. Okay? And so my heat of fusion is actually equal to 8,350 joules. We have to add a lot of heat to this thing just to get it into water. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. That was stage 2. Stage 3. We went from, or we need to do water. So we're going to go from 0 degrees Celsius all the way to 100 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure if that should be 0.0 or not. It should be. Okay? That's stage 3. And the idea here being that we're going straight to steam, so we don't need to worry about stopping somewhere in the middle. Okay, that's why we're going to 100. Does that make sense? So, well, the heat of the water stage is going to equal mc delta T as well. And so the mass is still 25 grams. The specific heat of water is what? 4.18 joules per gram degree Celsius. Okay. And then the temperature delta, we're going from 0 to 100. So my final is 100 degrees Celsius. Whoops, 0.0. Minus 0 degrees Celsius, which in a shocker to no one is 100 degrees Celsius. All right. And when we multiply all this through, we get a heat of, we get the heat of the water stage being 10,500 joules. All right, so it takes us 10,500 joules plus 8,350 joules plus 773 joules just to get from ice to where water would be boiling. Okay, I'm also purposely getting out of the way of the camera, that's why I'm all of a sudden over here. All right, so that's what's happening here. Now we have to deal with the water becoming steam. Okay, and there's going to be, again, no temperature delta. So, stage 4 is from water to steam. And again, there's no temperature delta. It's going to be 100 degrees Celsius at the end as much as it's 100 degrees Celsius at the beginning. Okay, so with no temperature delta, we have to use the heat of, this time, vaporization instead of fusion, because that's which stage we're at. So we have the heat of vaporization, which is equal to the mass times the heat of vaporization. Okay? Well, the mass is 25 grams. The heat of vaporization for water is 2,260 joules per gram. Again, gram cancels. Oh, I forgot to show gram and Celsius canceling up here. All right, and so all this cancels, and to save myself space, because I'm not going to have room over here, but I'm going to need one more stage, this is going to end up equaling 56,500 joules of energy. Now, I'm going to pause here. I'm going to come back to the problem in just a minute, but I want you guys to stop and think about that for just a minute. To just get water from boiling to steam requires 56,500 joules of energy, more than any other number we've seen so far, for 25 grams, which is a tiny amount of water. Okay. I want you guys to think about this for just a minute, and I'll do stage 5. Okay, and how many stages you need depends on how many phases you need to go through. Okay, so we'll do stage 5 in a minute, but I want you guys to think about this. Have you ever noticed that steam hurts way worse than boiling water? Yeah, that's why, because it actually contains more energy at the same temperature. Okay, I have been burned. I worked at a kitchen in college, and I've been burned multiple times just because it's the natural occupational hazard. Okay. Once was, I was shaking chicken in the fryer to get it unstuck and accidentally created a wave in the fryer. And so it came up all on my hand. If I hadn't ripped off the glove fast enough, it would have melted to my skin. That was fun. Anyway, I've injured myself multiple ways doing that job because, when you're feeding 5,000 people per meal, you got to move fast. So things happen. But one thing that happened that to this day is, okay, pun slightly intended, seared into my memory, is I was putting vegetables onto the serving line for the main meal. And I mean, we were opening in like 2 minutes. Like, you had to get everything out. There was no time to stop, nothing. So what ended up happening was whoever had set up the cart, because I wasn't the one who actually did it, I was just helping distribute because they were shorthanded on servers that day. I forget why, but anyway, someone was sick or something. I don't remember. So somehow I ended up out there putting it on the line because my job was usually in the back in the kitchen. And so I'm just trying to help them get set up real fast. Well, whoever set up the cart set it up wrong. So what would happen, we had these baking carts, and normally they held 20 sheet pans, sorry, cookie sheets for those of you who don't work in the kitchen. I'm going to say sheet pan because it's now ingrained in me. It holds 20 sheet pans, but if you just did every other and did 10, then you could put bigger pans on it and still use it to carry stuff around, which is really convenient, okay? Especially if you're not actually baking. The only issue is that if you do that, you're supposed to not use the top shelf and go one down, so that way there's a lip for the sheet pan under the pan you're holding to have something to catch on when that pan gets pulled down. Someone didn't do that. Okay, these things had just come out of the steamer. So not only did the pan give, all the water from the pan came right down and burned itself into my chest. But because it was so hot, it was turning to steam on the way because it had just come out of the steamer. So I got both a liquid burn and a steam burn, and I tell you, the steam is worse. Okay? Just also as another illustration, what we would do for mashed potatoes. If you ever go to a buffet, by the way, there are certain things to avoid. One of those is scrambled eggs. The other one is mashed potatoes. I know how they're made. Anyway, just pro tip. It's not real food. Yeah, so basically, here's how we would make mashed potatoes. We'd have a 4-inch pan. You measure the pans by their depth. Anyway, we had this 4-inch pan, and literally what we would do is we had a kitchen knife sitting next to us. We would grab the bag, grab the kitchen knife, slice it open, dump it in the pan, and the person on the other side of the table would have a food service glove, cutting glove, which was a cloth glove, but it's some insulation, and then a food service glove over it. And you would just have a pitcher ready to go. There's a giant, I think, cauldron of boiling water. It's not quite like that, but it's industrial. Cauldron of boiling water. And what you do is you'd literally take it, your whole hand would go in because you have to have a gallon of water, and then you would pour it into the mashed potatoes. It actually didn't hurt. Okay? It took a while to get over the psychology of don't put your hand in boiling water. But it actually didn't hurt, provided you didn't get your hand in too far and it came into the glove. Okay? But if you left your arm over the thing long enough, you would get a steam burn from it. So you still had to move quick. Because while the boiling water didn't hurt, the steam sure did. Okay? So just throwing that out there. There's a reason why steam hurts way worse. If there's boiling water, it's not the water you have to worry about, although it's still not advisable to like dunk your hand in it. It's the steam on top that really hurts. Anyway, all that to say this, just be careful around steam. All right, yes? Because it's breaking the hydrogen bonds as well. Water really doesn't want to leave. Okay? All right, so then on to stage 5. Sorry, I know that was a sidebar, but like, I always try to talk about steam and its dangers. Steam hurts way worse than water, trust me. All right, stage 5. Then we have the final leg of we're going from 100 degrees Celsius to, what's the final? 110. Okay, so then the Q of steam is equal to mc delta T as well. And so when we look this up, of course, we still have 25 grams of steam now. And the specific heat of steam, if you look it up, is 2.08 joules per gram degree Celsius. And then, of course, the change in temperature, where our final is 110 minus our 100. Obviously, that's 10, but for the sake of illustration, grams cancel there, leaving us only joules. And so my heat of steam is equal to all that plugged in, and we get 520 joules. Yeah, once it's steam, it's not bad. You can get it up to temp real fast. It's getting it to steam that's the hard part. Okay, there's a reason for the phrase getting up to steam. Because getting up to steam would take forever because that's where you're adding all the heat. Goes back from steam engines. Anyway. So there's our 5 stages, but I'm still not done. Okay, we have calculated all the stages. We're at our final temp. Now what do we have to do? Add it all together. All right, so distance learners, I'm going to go back to the screen. And we're going to add it up on screen. Okay. I don't know what was up with that. I didn't set this up. Get back there. Okay. So, we have, if I can get this done here. All right, so stage 1 was 773 joules. Stage 2 was 8,350 joules. Stage 3 was 10,500 joules. And then stage 4 was 56,000, where's the number? I lost it, 500 joules. And then finally we had 520 joules, okay? Sorry, I know the text is in the middle, but whenever I don't leave enough space, it just centers itself. All right, so we have all those things. Now we're going to go through, and we are going to, oh, I went on the wrong one. There we go. All right, then we're going to go through and add it all up, and when we do that, we find out that it takes 76,600 joules of energy to get from 25 grams of ice from negative 15 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. That's 76.6 kilojoules as a sake of reference. Okay, and as you guys have been working with stuff, you're kind of getting a feel, but that's a lot of energy. That's 25 grams of water. Okay, so there is a reason for that separate consideration there. Oh, man. Oh, my word. Okay, I'm done. Anyone still need the screen? Cool. All right. Spontaneity and the second law of thermodynamics. I'm going to get as far as I can today, but I am going to have to go into tomorrow here to finish out the chapter. But real quick, thing that we need to know here is that systems have been observed to tend to increase their stability by going to lower potential energy states. Water flows down a waterfall because it has a lower potential energy at the bottom of the waterfall than at the top. A rock rolls downhill for the same reason. Likewise, in chemical systems, highly exothermic reactions tend to be spontaneous, able to occur without continuing outside help because the products have lower potential energy than the reactants. This is why it's so easy to create an explosion, because that creates a lower potential energy, okay? And so this is why certain explosive chemicals are so unstable, because they really, really, really want to react. They're like, I don't like this. This takes too much energy. I just want to crash out on the couch, okay? That's basically what's happening. And so till finally they're like, fine, I'm going to crash out and take y'all with me. Basically is what the attitude of some of these chemicals is. And so this is why it's so much easier to create an explosion than an implosion. You were asking me about that yesterday. This principle here is why. However, we know that evaporation of water occurs spontaneously at room temperature, even though evaporation is endothermic. Clearly, the spontaneity of a process cannot be determined by potential energy or enthalpy changes alone, okay? And so we're going to discuss more into it. Evaporation does naturally happen, even though it is an endothermic process, but it doesn't mean that it's the only thing that's happening. And so we'll talk about that here in a minute. But first things first, we do need to discuss a term that I mentioned. When we say a chemical reaction is spontaneous, we mean that it is able to occur without continuing outside help, okay? So once I kickstart the reaction, if needed, sometimes that's not even needed other than mixing the two things, it will continue to go to completion, okay? That's what we mean by spontaneous. Here's a video. I'm going to start tomorrow's class with that video because we're down to about 6 minutes left of class. And so rather than try to go over, I'm just going to watch the video at the beginning of the class tomorrow. And we're going to go on from here. So in order to really effectively measure this tend toward disorder, if you will, we use a term called entropy, which is represented by a capital S. This is the measure of disorder or randomness in a system, which brings us to the second law of thermodynamics, which states that the entropy or disorder of the universe is always increasing. Now, we've talked about the first law of thermodynamics, which says that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, and then this here is the second. Now, I'm going to pause here, and actually this is going to be a planned sidebar, but I only have 5 minutes to do it, so here we go. Because of these two laws of thermodynamics alone, it's impossible for evolution to have occurred. And let me explain. Evolution required an explosion out of nothing, which violates the first law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics says that the disorder of the universe is always increasing, yet, according to evolution, it got more orderly. Planets formed out of nothing. Life started from non-life. Life evolved into higher intelligent beings, which involved more DNA information being added. That violates physics. Okay? Now they would argue, well, okay, yeah, but there must have been a corresponding decrease in order somewhere else. Great, prove it. Where? Where else in the universe do we see simultaneous disorder? And so then they'll say, well, you're not much better. I said, well, here's the thing. Again, here's what I believe, is that when God created the universe, day 7, he put in place the laws of motion, the laws of thermodynamics. So it's not a problem that he created something out of nothing. The law didn't exist yet. Okay, weird how that works. That, and again, God working is outside the laws of physics because, again, he created them. Okay, that's how that works. So I just mentioned that, and then they try to say, well, okay, but this still causes problems. I'm like, no, it doesn't, because it's in the Bible. Where's my iPad's here. Okay, it's in the Bible. Oh, it's actually in the text. In Psalm 102, the Bible says, of old thou hast laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of thy hands. They shall perish, notice that they will die, but thou shalt endure. Yea, all of them shall wax old like a garment. You ever wear your clothes out? Yeah, okay? It naturally happens. The universe is wearing itself out for the same reasons. As a vesture shalt thou change them, and they shall be changed, but thou art the same, and thy years shall have no end. Personally, and again, this is not doctrine, okay, much like the laws of thermodynamics and the laws of physics being placed on day 7, this is not doctrine, okay? That was just, it's kind of my thought, if you will. I believe the second law of thermodynamics was put into place in Genesis chapter 3. Because before that, there was no death or decay. I believe it's part of the curse. Anyway, neither here nor there. But that's not a problem for a Christian. The existence of the second law of thermodynamics is not a problem for those who believe in God. Why? Simply stated, it's a problem for evolutionists because it requires to be violated every step of evolution. Every step of evolution requires this to be violated. For those of us who believe that God created the world and take God at his word, because A, his word has never been disproven, and B, the science keeps backing it up. This isn't a problem because it means we started from perfection and we're deteriorating, and that's what we actually see in the universe. It fits what we see. Anyway, that's as far as I'm going to take that. Experience tells us that a drop box of pins or matches does not naturally fall into a neatly organized pile. The individual gases in the air do not separate by themselves, which is a good thing if the oxygen and nitrogen suddenly separated. Breathing would either be really easy or really difficult, depending on where things landed. So it's a good thing they don't naturally separate like that. Yeah, there's that too. That all air molecules in a room do not suddenly go out a window, leaving a vacuum in the room. Okay, there is naturally mixing. None of these events would violate the first law of thermodynamics should they occur, but they never do occur because they would require a decrease in disorder and would therefore violate the second law of thermodynamics. You can temporarily decrease disorder in a system. That's possible. But it requires energy to do so. And that decrease in, or that using of energy is in itself adding disorder. So, for example, you can clean your room, but left over time, your room will naturally become messy again, right? Okay, am I the only one with this problem? Okay, if you leave it, okay, or in the case of my house, my kids will make sure it gets messy again real quick. Okay, but you can expend energy, but then you're worn out. And that expensive energy is an increased disorder in your body. Okay, so that's really what's going on there. So processes for which the change in entropy is positive tend to be spontaneous. For example, if we have two gases separated and then we open a valve between them, they will naturally mix together. It will increase disorder. They're no longer neatly separated. And that's it. That's as far as I'm going to go. Okay, so that's really what we're talking about here. Increasing entropy will tend to be spontaneous. We'll start out tomorrow with that video of Crash Course, and then we'll talk about Gibbs free energy. That's the name of it, Gibbs free energy. No, it's not how any of this works. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
All right, guys. We don't really have a lot we're doing today, so we're gonna start. Have you guys start reviewing Chapter 6 for your test coming up on Monday. Remember, your quiz tomorrow is going to be 6.1 to 6.10. So, you guys, review today, review Friday, look over stuff on the weekend. Your test is going to be on Monday, and that's over Chapter 6. Distance learners, I'm going to send you the quiz later on tonight, so you guys will have that online for tomorrow, and then I'll send the test over the weekend. So other than that, we're done for today. Just start reviewing Chapter 6.
Although, hopefully, I think I got it. Oh, never mind. All right, guys, go ahead and turn to list number 5. Let's do exercise A together, okay? So go ahead and start working on exercise A in your vocab books on page number 40. We'll go over that in a second, but go ahead and take a second to work on those. Choose the, yes, page number 40. For those in Decent Learning, please comment that you're here. I see Jake and Grace. So for those of you online, go ahead and comment, and then we are on page 40 in our vocab books, doing exercise A. Okay, who has number 1? Okay, I said who has number 1? Not the answer. Emma. Eons. The child felt that it had taken eons for Christmas to come. Number 2, Esther. Demagogue. Okay, a classic and infamous example of a demagogue is Adolf Hitler, who amazingly was able to hoodwink the German people. Okay. Obviously, well, actually, I'm going to start saying the definition. So the definition of eon is an indefinitely long time. A demagogue is, where is that one? A leader who appeals to the emotions and prejudices of the populace in order to obtain power. So that's what Adolf Hitler did. Kind of gave you a clue to that with when he said, or when the sentence said, hoodwink the German people. So he kind of tricked them. Excuse me. Number 3, Victoria? Agnostic, good. Excuse me. Ask an agnostic if there is a God, and he will say that we cannot know anything for certain. And that part tells you that an agnostic is one who holds the existence of God is unknowable or unknown and unknowable. So that part gave you also a clue to what that one was. Okay. Number 4, there cannot be an absolute blank, a medicine that will cure every disease incident to the human body. Noah, do you have that one? Good. It is panacea, a supposed remedy for all diseases or ills. Number 5, at the first battle of Bull Run, the famous Confederate General Thomas J. Jackson received the blank Stonewall Jackson when he was observed standing like a stone wall against overwhelming odds. Ian, do you have that one? Good. Epithet. That one is a name or a title used to describe or characterize a person or a thing. Okay. Number 6, permanent tax reform will never be accomplished if there are only blank outbursts of protest from the overburdened taxpayers. Tori, do you have that one? Okay, do you want to look and see which one it might be? Tax reform, obviously that's not a good thing. And then there will be outbursts of protest from overburdened taxpayers. Okay, we'll come back to you on that one, okay? Go to number 7. Whereas in times past men read and mused over great works of literature, modern men, inundated with a blank of activities, find it harder to make time to peruse literary works. Michelle? Plethora. Good. Number 7 is plethora. Okay, number 8. God pronounced blank on Cain after the murder of his brother. He later showed mercy by giving him a mark of protection from his enemies. Jaylene? Okay, this one, after Cain murdered his brother Abel, it's kind of like giving him maybe a curse. Obviously, murder is wrong, so God gave this to Cain, or he pronounced this on, what is it? Good, anathema. Okay, that's number 8. Number 9, Samuel Langhorne Clemens, better known by his blank, Mark Twain, is one of America's great authors. Kylie, do you have number 9? Good, pseudonym, number 9. Number 10, because the contestant failed to meet the primary blank set forth by the judges, he was disqualified from competition. Emma, do you have number 10? Okay, so if he failed to meet these by the judges, why was he disqualified? So if you failed to meet something, what would that be? If he was disqualified, what would he have to meet? Okay, I'll come back to you on that one, okay? Number 11, it is not just a blank that our hostess asked us to remove our shoes when we entered. It is a frequent practice in the country of her birth. Esther? Idiosyncrasy. Good. It's a temperament peculiar to an individual, any personal peculiarity or mannerism. Okay? It's not just a mannerism or a peculiar thing that the hostess asked for us to remove. It was a frequent practice in her country. Okay, then number 12, a torrent of blank words can wound more deeply than a sword. Michelle? Caustic words. Caustic words means capable of burning, corroding, or destroying, cutting, or sarcastic in utterance. Okay, so obviously sarcastic words can wound more deeply than a sword. Okay, Tori, do you have number 6? Good. Number 6 is sporadic. Sporadic is occurring in occasional or isolated instances. And then number 10, Emma? Criterion, okay? Criterion. So he failed to meet the criterion or the standards or the rules, okay? So that's why he was disqualified from the competition. If you guys read through the sentence, it'll probably give you some kind of hint to what the vocab word is, okay? Tonight for homework, do exercise B. It's just a synonym of the word, okay? Synonym of the word. Writing it in the blank. Make sure you do exercise B tonight for homework. Okay, go ahead and put that away. And then also, we don't have a literature lecture today, since obviously we didn't have any reading last night, but go ahead and read pages 105 to 110. Okay, and then take out your grammar workbooks, also your handbooks. We're going to start reviewing for next week, but go ahead and turn to page number page number 24, okay? Page number 24, look at exercise 48. Exercise 48, we're going to start reviewing for the test that we have next week on, let me look at that date. I believe it is Wednesday. Yes, so grammar test on Wednesday, literature test on Thursday, okay? But let's go over reviewing parts of speech, okay? Parts of speech. So these, obviously, were one of the first lessons that we learned. Parts of speech obviously tells us and breaks things down for us and tells us what kind of the words are. So let's go ahead and label these. If they're an N, if they're nouns, label N. for pronouns. Wow, that was a tongue twister. Pro for pronouns, V for verbs, ADJ for adjectives, adverbs for adverbs, prep for prepositions or conjunctions. Okay? Look at number 1. Praising all alike is praising none. Okay? My word is all. What would that be? Who knows? Praising all alike. What is the word all? Okay? Remember, we're not looking at its use. We're just looking to see if it's a simple noun, a verb, an adverb, whatever it is. Okay? So what would be all? Who knows? Noah, do you know what all is? It's not describing. Not quite. All actually would be a pronoun. Okay? So all is basically a word, or a pronoun is for a word for which a noun stands. Obviously, nouns are names of persons, places, things, or ideas, right? So they're specific names. So pronouns, they're not so specific, but they are all nouns. Okay, so that's why it's all. All is a pronoun. Okay? Praising all is praising none. What is the word praising? Is it a noun, pronoun, verb, adverb? Okay, we're not looking at its use. Remember that, okay? This is a verb. Good. Okay? Is praising is my verb. And then what is none? Class? Not an adverb. This one is a pronoun. Okay? So you were close, Ian. Just a pronoun. Remember, nouns name specific things. Okay? So boy. Okay? Then pronouns would be him. Okay? So you're not exactly saying the name of a noun. It's just not exactly named, so that's why you would use pronouns. So people obviously would be the noun. They would be the pronoun. Okay, all those are nouns, but pronouns don't they don't name specific nouns. Okay, let's look at number 2. If peace cannot be maintained with honor, it is no longer peace. Okay? Actually, let's go ahead and review the parts of speech first before we go further in. Okay? So we said this already. Nouns, they name what, class? Good. Person, places, things, or ideas. And we just said pronouns are the words for which nouns, or they take the place of a noun. Okay? What are the words that describe nouns and pronouns? Good. Adjectives. And what are the words that describe adverbs, verbs, and other adverbs? Adjectives. Adverbs. Good. Okay. What are words that join words together? Good. Conjunctions. Then words that express maybe emotion or sudden strong feeling, or just they're not related to the sentence. Good. Interjection. And then the last one would be words that show relation. Words that show relation. Good. A preposition. Okay, remember prepositions tell me how I'm related to this stand. Okay, I'm in front of the stand. Prepositions relate to how you are in your chair. You're in your chair. So in would be a preposition. Okay, so prepositions relate. Okay, so you're looking for those words within the parts of speech, within this sentence, okay? So let's look at number 2. If peace cannot be maintained with honor, it is no longer peace, okay? What is the word if? Okay, you can also look at it this way. It is no longer peace if peace cannot be maintained with honor. Good. It is a conjunction. Emma's mad because she's raising her hand. But if is a conjunction. It's joining those two things together, those two phrases or clauses together. Okay? So if you need to, you can rearrange things and see if it joins something, and we know that conjunctions join. Okay? Also, conjunctions introduce clauses like if peace cannot be maintained with honor. So make sure that you can always spot what the introductory word would be. Okay? What is the word not, class? It is an adverb. Okay, we know not is almost always an adverb because it's describing the verb. Okay, maintained. This is a verb. Good. My entire verb is can maintain or can be maintained within that clause. What is peace, class? It is a noun. Peace is a thing. Okay, and then number 3. I had rather put my foot upon a bridge as narrow as Hungerford. Let's do that part first. What is rather? Does anybody know? Not a conjunction. It is an adverb. Good. Okay, rather would also be in that category of the word not. So notice how it is cannot be maintained, and it's that adverb describing the verb. Same thing with rather. Rather is describing had put. Okay? What is the word my? It is an adjective. Good. It's saying which foot? My foot. It's showing possession. Okay? What is the word upon? Who knows? What was it? Good. It was a preposition. Okay? So here we can see the relation between the foot and the bridge. Okay? It's upon the bridge. Right? So that's how we know it is a preposition, since prepositions show relation. Okay? As narrow. What is narrow? It is an adjective. Okay? This is an adjective. Narrow is an adjective describing bridge. And then as Hungerford. What is the word as? Actually, this one would be a conjunction. Okay, it's joining these phrases together, or the words together, narrow as Hungerford. Okay, what is the word which? This is a pronoun. Good. Okay, it's not naming the specific word for Hungerford, so it is a pronoun which went all the way across. What would be across? Not a preposition. Okay, notice how prepositions need objects in the phrases, but this one's describing where they went. So what describes verbs? Was it? Adverb. Okay, so this is describing where they went. They went across. Okay, then on a bridge. What would be the word on? Good, a preposition. On a bridge that was as wide as the world. What is the word that? It is a pronoun. Good. Okay. This is the pronoun that's kind of renaming bridge. Okay. So the bridge that was as wide. What's the word wide? It is an adjective describing the word that as the world. If it did not go, what did we say the word not was, class? It is an adverb. Go all the way across the stream. What would be the word across? Okay, so notice how this has an OP, okay? Across the stream. Okay, notice, remember with OPs or prepositions, they need an object. Okay, so this would be a preposition. Then the across before in the sentence does not have an OP, and it's describing where they went. Okay, so make sure that you guys are looking for those. Obviously, adverbs describe verbs. The answer, where, when, how often. And then across the stream, those prepositions have objects. So my object would be stream. So make sure that you are, practicing those and looking out for those. Okay? Now, let's look at uses within the sentence. So we just talked about parts of speech. So is something a noun? Is something a pronoun? Okay, so now we're looking at how it's used within the sentence, okay? So let's talk about the word sent, okay? Number 1, for God sent not his son into the world to condemn the world, okay? What is sent, class? Good, it is used as the verb. Okay, what is the word son? It is a DO. Okay, because sent is an action verb, remember that. So DOs and IOs and objects all go with action verbs. Okay, God sent Son into the world. What is the word to, or what is the infinitive phrase to condemn? How is that used? Is it describing the world? Okay, no. Is it describing anything? Is it answering any questions? Good, okay, so it's describing sent. It's saying not how, but why he sent the world, or sent his son into the world. It's to condemn the world. So, if it's describing sent, what would condemn be used as? An adverb. Good. Okay? And then what is world used as within that phrase? Or within that clause? To condemn who or what? World. So what would that be? Not an OP, this one would be a DO. Remember, OPs go with prepositions. Okay? We're a little shaky, but that's okay. That's why we're practicing before the test. Okay? So number 2, I consider him completely honest and reliable. I would gladly do business with him. Okay? What is number 1, the first verb? Okay, I just told you. Never mind. The first consider is a verb. Okay? It's telling us who or what. Or I do what? Consider. Okay? So, it is an action verb. I consider him. Okay, what is the word honest? It's not describing. Okay, not quite a DO. Him would be our DO. Okay, so this one, remember, if you guys look, yes, good. It is an objective complement. It would be an OC. Because remember, these would be OCs kind of further explain what DOs are, and they kind of answer to be what? Okay? To whom or for whom, or to be what, and this would be honest and reliable. So I would be my subject, considers my verb, him is my DO, to be honest would be an OC, reliable would also be an OC. Okay? Look at the second part. I would gladly do business with him. Okay, what is the word would? Good. It is a verb. Would do is my entire verb. My subject is what class? I. Okay, who can tell me what kind of verb would do be? Is it action, helping, or linking? Okay, what is it linking then if it is linking? Do you think do is a linking verb? So it's an action, okay? It's something you do. So I would do who or what class? Business. So what would business be? This would be a DO. Awesome. Okay, remember linking verbs, they link the predicate back to the subject. Okay? So if it would be a linking verb, it needs to be describing back to the subject or renaming the subject, like a PN or a PA. Okay? Number 3, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. What is the word Romans? Good. This is direct address. Okay? Did you say direct address or subject? Sorry, this is direct address. Notice how it's addressing the friends, the Romans, and the countrymen. Okay, then it's an understood you for the subject. It's saying, you lend me your ears, right? So lend is my action verb. Okay, what would be ears? DO, so what would be me? IO. Okay, you lend ears to whom or for whom? To me. So me would be my IO. Okay, my indirect object. Number 4, letters containing the requisite information were sent us by the university. Okay, what would be containing? Not a verb. Look at this. Letters containing the requisite information. Okay? This is actually a verbal. Okay? Notice how it ends in ing. It's not the actual verb. Remember how verbals look like verbs, but they're not actually the verb. So, in this case, this would be a participle. Okay? So what are participles used as, class? Adjectives. Because this one is saying which letters? The letters containing the requisite information. Okay? So, but within this phrase or this clause, you're looking at it at itself. Okay? So containing the requisite information, what would be information? Containing who or what, class? Information. So what would that be? A DO. Okay? Within that clause. Okay? Or the phrase. Then were sent us by the university. What would be the word us? Letters were sent. Well, this one would be kind of to us. Actually, everyone go turn to, this is page number, let's see, because this one would be a retained object. We didn't actually go quite over a retained object, only because that has to deal with turning from, did we go over retained objects? Yes, because that was dealing with mood, I think. Oh, voice, that's what it was, voice. So this one would be a retained object. But everyone go ahead and turn to page number, talking about voice, page number 67, okay? So remember when we talked about voice, the subject when it is actually or physically doing the action verb is active, and then the subject that is not physically doing the action is passive. So in this case, like I wouldn't say the door was opened by me, right? I would say I opened the door. Okay, so I had to change the one of the words to the subject, and that's kind of what it is in this case. Okay, you can say we sent the letters, or the university sent us the letters to us. Okay, so I would change us since this is passive voice. I would change this. I would have to rearrange things so the us becomes a retained object. If you guys look at retained object, that one is on page number. Does anybody know? Oh, page 69, 10.36. Okay. An indirect object or a direct object that is retained when a verb is changed from active to passive is called a retained object. So, like I just said, the way that this would be active is the university sent us letters containing the requisite information. Okay, so therefore, obviously, if this were active, let me put it on the board. That might be a little bit easier for you to see. Okay? So your sentence is, letters containing the requisite information were sent us by the university. So right now, this sentence is in passive voice. So the way that I would make it active is the university. Okay, I'm not going to put every single detail within the sentence, right? Sent us letters containing yada, 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 yada. Okay? Okay? Dot, dot, dot. Okay, so this would be active voice because your subject is actually doing the action. Okay? It's physically doing the action, right? So, what would be letters? Good. Okay, so this would be my DO. To whom or for whom? Us. So therefore, this is my indirect object. Okay? That's my indirect object. This is an active voice. Okay? So the sentence that we just went over is passive voice. So it's saying letters were sent. Okay, I'm not including the whole phrase thing. Letters were sent us, by the university. So your rule is an indirect object or a direct object that is retained when a verb is changed from active to passive is called a retained object. So this means when I'm changing active to passive, okay, any object that is kept from the sentence is retained. Because if I'm going to change this, I need to obviously change a lot of things around, and then letters becomes the subject. Were sent obviously is still the verb, but it's now a passive voice, okay? But notice how I'm still keeping the word us from the first sentence. Therefore, this would be an retained object, okay? So letters I'm not keeping, that's now the subject. Were sent, now passive. Then, sorry guys if you can't see, I'm keeping this part just like it was in the first sentence, therefore it is retained. That's why it's called retained, because I'm keeping it, okay? Does that make sense? So that's why it is a retained object. And then let's go over to business. What is the word business, class? Did we already do that one? Oh, sorry. Let's do number 5, okay? So number 4, adjective is containing. Containing is an adjective. Information is your DO. Us is our retained object, okay? So if it doesn't make any sense for you to put DO, that's probably why, because you need to kind of readjust it in your mind. If it's not a DO, if it's not an IO, maybe that's something that, oh, that might be a retained object, okay? Because you can't say sent who, letters were sent who or what. That doesn't answer DO. Okay, it doesn't answer to whom or for whom because there is no DO. So maybe, oh, you're in mind, you're like, oh yeah, that's probably a retained object. Okay? Then number 5, Oliver Wendell Holmes, the autocrat of the breakfast table, was the son of a prominent Boston clergyman and the father of a United States Supreme Court justice. Okay, what is the word autocrat? Good, Esther, it is in a positive. Okay, notice how Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr. is my subject, okay? The autocrat of the breakfast table is in a positive phrase explaining who the subject is. So autocrat would be in a positive. Okay, Ian, what's my word was? Good, it is a verb. Okay, what kind of verb is that, class? It is linking. So therefore, what is the word son, Jaylene? Not a PA, but a PN. Good. Okay, it's renaming who the subject is, but the word was is linking son back to Oliver Wendell Holmes. Same thing with father. What's the word father, Victoria? He was the son and the father. So if son is a PN, then it is a, not a PA. What is it? Good, a PN. Okay, so father is going back to Wendell Holmes. Son is going back to Oliver Wendell Holmes. Of the United States Supreme Court Justice. What is the word justice, class? Good, it is an OP. It's the object of the preposition of the word of. Okay? We'll practice those a lot more. We'll do exercise 50 tomorrow and then continue those on until we are ready to take our test. Okay? So that's what I wanted you to do. It's just a practice and we just did that together. Does anybody have any questions about anything? All right, so tonight just read pages 105 to 110 in your literature. Do exercise B in vocab, but no grammar homework. Okay?
Oops, wrong one. All right. Algebra 2, there's no lecture today because you guys have a work day for your homework I assigned yesterday. That's due tomorrow, so I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
There were no water bottles, right?
Well then, I mean...